Lay. Bit of a late start today, but that's fine. I don't even know what we're doing. I don't even know what we're working on. We're just doing things, I guess. With the hyperfixation of music. Hopefully this doesn't come up too much on the mic. Adjusting. Thought I had a good spot, but apparently not. Not quite. That looks strange. Nah. Sure would help if I remembered what it was I wanted to make. Farewell. I guess I could draw something that I want to update in terms of stream, but I'm not entirely sure what I want. Like, I know I'll eventually want to be able to kind of have more of a border type thing with chat along here, obviously being here. And the gang being here. If we ever do get around to doing more Apex, maybe up there. So that way closed captions can be more here. I don't know how well that comes up on stream. Either way. Ideas are hard. I don't even know what expression that is. You know what? I had references of sorts that I had semi-saved. Mm-hmm. Is that really that long ago? I didn't think I saved that. God, I guess it has been a while. I didn't feel like it was that long ago. Don't know how well that would translate over. I realize you all can't see it. It's basically maybe? I feel like I did the thumb wrong. I guess not. I guess I didn't. Never, Shadow, but I think I know what I think I have an idea of what you're going for. Thank you, Shadow, for 23 months and almost 2 years. God. We're basically going to be getting into my birthday with people hitting 2 years. Which I know is what happened last year, but man, I was not ready for it. Yes, feel dust with me. Also, I hope you're doing good. Man, I feel like everything is still very much a work in progress. For the fact that it's been almost 2 years, and I still haven't finished emotes. It's coming up, and I still haven't finished emotes. You're sick? Oh no! I hope it's not COVID. And I hope you feel better, because any sort of sick is garbage. I don't know if I like this. I don't know. Probably not. Something extremely mild, which I feel like is worse than kind of bad. Oh, I'm awake enough to acknowledge how I feel, where if I was sicker, I would be too tired to think. That is fair. That is absolutely fair. Like, functioning enough to know that you're not functioning, but not functioning enough to be able to just kind of ignore that. Want to do things, but everything feels ick. Yup. Absolutely. I was originally going to work on emotes today, but I absolutely am having head empty feels. So I was hoping that, like, just kind of delving into it would initiate the feels and help spark some ideas. So far, that has not been the case. As I feared it would. So, we're just kind of listening to the same song on repeat. While I'm just kind of, I guess, attempting to draw expressions. I feel like I had ideas and I don't know where they went. I I don't know where they went in my brain noodle. Technically, I already have a lot of type of blushy emotes, so I probably shouldn't do that. Just gonna have a big collection of blushing type emotes, I guess. I don't know. For sure. I hope you feel better. I hope you have a good lurk. I've just been extremely busy, so I haven't had much spoons to try engaging with people lately, and I feel bad about that. I know I'm taking care of myself, but also, fuck. Cute and sweet. Thank you, Shadow. I appreciate it. That's a pretty classic one. You've been negative on spoons lately. You and me both. But me and Upcarnus are going to PAX, so figure some time away will probably help with recharging things, so hopefully. It sure won't. Depression finds all the sneaky ways of winning, so it doesn't have to do a one-on-one fight. Maybe it'll tag in anxiety, maybe it'll tag in self-doubt, or self-consciousness, or self-esteem, or just literally anything else. It'd be like, yeah, we're fighting one-on-one, but also, I've brought back up. But hey, I get a psych evaluation on the 12th, so you know, maybe I can get like medication for something. I imagine mostly what I assume is ADHD, because things sure do get overwhelming real quick. Even though they shouldn't. I know the steps to be able to like do the things. But then that just makes it even worse. Those are terrible fingers, but we're going with it. Guess this could work, but I don't know if I'd want it to be like me or someone else. Also, thank you, Shadow. Oh god, conflicting music. Do it. Okay, bedtime. It sure is Friday. It sure is Friday, and I sure did have to think about that, even though I am currently streaming, and it is always a Friday stream. Hi, Hero! I hope you're doing good. I'm sorry that we wrote a novel for you earlier. There's just a lot of yelling. There's a lot of yelling in hyperfixation right now. Thank you. I really thought it was over with. And then it's just like, nah, no you're not. Be like, okay. As a note, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Hoping ideas will come to me. Kind of going through some expressions. And also just more thinking of just kind of like, do I actually have a style or do I just copy a bunch of people kind of feels, which is why I haven't posted a whole lot of art. I want to do things, but also it's just like, but you're just copying. Be like, no, I'm not. Also play. Just finished some burgers after selling a pawn shop? Or is it selling to a pawn shop? Oh, a speaker. Oh, it's probably the old speakers then. That makes much more sense. Hi, Oki. I hope you're doing good. I am going through things. Going through things. Want to make more emotes, but also I don't know what I want emote wise, and anything I had idea wise is just kind of like, I don't know if this would transition well small. I'm just kind of practicing some expressions. Absolutely terrible. I didn't buy it. A guy bought it for me. Back when it was what I thought was going to be like its last sale of having like a physical copy, and I eventually want to be able to go through and do more animation from my computer, at the very least, to do something more with like stream and alerts and things like that. I haven't picked up the 2.0 license upgrade yet because I was confused if what needed to be done with it, and it seemed like the internet was not quite clear either, so it's just like, cool, I don't know what's going on. You can have a style and still mimic styles. That's what my job is. That is fair. I'm paranoid, I guess, even though like everyone in some sense like does some sort of like a copy of sorts. The whole notion that there are no original ideas, but also, like, somebody had to have the original idea originally. These are terrible. Oops, but nah, don't like that. Don't like that. Playing at some point for you. It's a Decision 2.1. It has one feature I'm really wanting to try out, though, which is webcam tracking for hands. Clip Studio Paint has webcam tracking for hands? Trying to think of what that would be good for, but... be some sort of VTubing thing. It tracks your hands to a 3D model. Oh, that thing. I was seeing that going around. And I didn't know that that was attached to 2.0. Heck. That is very tempting to want to update it. That is very tempting. Definitely not going to do it right now. Probably think on it while we're gone at PAX, but that is tempting. That is terrible. That is also terrible. That's fine. If I just gave him a very thick neck. There's that, it doesn't go there. This tin is very big. That's part of the reason. Sure to try and explain what the licensing entails as well. Nice. I probably just should like read through like terms and whatnot to kind of more fully understand it. Eyes are obviously way too big, but... That makes it look like it's going directly in the cup, and I don't want that. I don't know if I like that one. This is... feels like about as much, like... trying to think of, like, ideas. I don't know what I want. This is not a great hand. Hi, Keel. Hope you're doing good. I'm sorry I didn't get to say goodnight last night. We ended up eating dinner and, like... I think by the time, like, dinner was finished eating was when you had already wrapped up. Ideas are hard. Making emotes is hard, mostly because ideas. Especially for the fact that I know what it is I like of emotes. It's just sometimes the reason why I like them is because it came from that specific person and the energy behind it. So for me, it's just like, I don't know how I'd encompass this energy. Always a good time. Let's see what's wrong with that. Nope, too late. Very much so, and it's very good. I was hoping that, like, I could eventually, like, get through it. Doodle something out that would look nice. And maybe I would like. But I don't know. like inspiration struck me at like the most wildest of times. God, this would be funny. It'd be funny. They would never approve it. Ignore the fact that this is an absolutely terrible hand. Actually, you can't because that doesn't even convey it. Fuck. You do something Yakuza related is Yakuza. Yeah, and it's the year Yakuza sure hasn't started, and I don't know what I would do for it. Like, I would like to make a Yakuza emote. I don't know what I would do. I would like a Splatoon emote eventually. I don't know what I would do. It would still be fun to make like the chai like jam thing, but like when I looked for reference photos, he doesn't ever wear like headphones. He just wears the earbuds at any given time. From what I found for references, I still need to finish the game. That's still something I need to do. But like, I don't know how I'd convey a big man. I don't know how I'd convey the big man. Love the big man. Don't know what I would do. Like, even small fry would be great, but also like a little ankle biter. Wait, where'd that photo go? Hang on. Like, always. I'm always down for a pup date. So what? He's like mostly head. Ignore the fact that this is not great. Because I know what it is I'm trying to convey. Not how tongues work. Not how tongues work. And obviously it has to be Mohawk one. This is terrible, but But he is sleepy. He is so sorry to see you. Oh no. Sorry. I looked up small fry on Google. The eyes on your doggo. I know he's not yours, but like, you basically have like secondary rights to the land. He's just big and wide. Okay. Don't generally frequent Etsy, but you know what? Can I function? Can I function? Maybe just a small bit. Look at that sad small fry. Look at the sad boy. Want the best for him. Oh no, that's a... Oh no. Oh no, that's... Hang on. Hang on. What if we... Hang on. Hang on. Not great glasses, but they will do for now. I would obviously have to adjust. Okay, so you probably can't tell. So me and Upcurrents have been playing Live a Live off stream for a good while now. Got to a point last night, and it's just like, fuck. Why would you do this to me? I don't know if there's anyone avoiding spoilers in chat, so I'm not gonna say, because I've never played through it before. God, would his hat also be metal? I don't think so. I think he would have given him a hat to give him personality. Have a little name button that he seems to have on there. But I guess small spoiler of it. If it's spoiler, I don't know if it is. Maybe. One of the sections, one of the stories has you playing a robot. And the robot tries to give crewmates coffee at one point. So it's just like, just give coffee. It probably does not convey as well as I would want it to, but you know, Maybe... I don't know. It's a thought. I'd basically, I think, have to lower him down a bit. So coffee could actually be like a proper cup. Anyways, that sure is an idea. He is very good. I do love me the cute robot. Cute robots. I'm a sucker. Well, we'll consider that one, I guess. Then it leads back to Yakuza brains, and I don't know what I would want Yakuza-wise. I shouldn't be putting my stylus in my mouth. As if it were an actual pencil. Technically, there is something Yakuza incorporated into the stream. But I'm scared to say because it's actually pretty high up there, and I don't know what would happen if anyone actually set it off. Way back before I played Yakuza 0, I knew I really liked Friday Night. So, a good chunk of Friday Night is technically a bit redeemed. It's probably way too long. But no one's ever set it off, so it's fine. No one's also ever set off a Donkey Kong Country one that I have on there, which is for the best because I still need to fill those. I still need to fill bit emotes as well. I still need a lot of things. God, I don't know what I would do. No, maybe I should change the music. As much as I could finish listening to this 10-hour video of just this one song, that doesn't mean everybody else is, and I sure have been listening to it for an hour now. I don't know what else I'd listen to, though. Is that gonna interrupt it if I go to history? It sure will. It sure will. That's fine. Oh, God. I was looking at my history to be like, surely I've listened to a song recently on here. No, but I sure was showing up Carnus the Super Mario Odyssey Pro set. Like, where's the last fucking moon? It's very good. You know what? Hang on. No, sorry. OST. OST. That should be fine, yeah? That should be fine. If it's not fine, I guess Twitch will yell at me later for it. I have been watching through Rev go through Yakuza 0 because Rev is doing a lot more of the side plots than I did. Man, that telephone minigame sure is something, huh? I don't even know if it's safe for Twitch, technically. But it sure is something. I'm glad I didn't play on the stream, but I don't know how I feel about just like, is this not TOS? I feel like a Majima would be really good, but I don't know what I would do. This is Dark Cloud. I've had Dark Cloud on the brain lately as well. Need to play through it and actually finish it this time and avenge young me, who was so close to finishing it, decided I wanted a refresher of the plot. Played the first dungeon, I guess. I don't know what it would take. I don't remember what it technically be called, but playing through that and accidentally saving over the one save file that had the end game dungeon set too. Also, I'm just now realizing that chat is kind of going over the rest of it. I don't know why it's like that. Why are you like this? Drawing tablet, why are you like this? You know what? It's fine. Oh well. Oh well. This is it. This is the kind of vibe, I guess. Okay, maybe I should actually like do a focus. I do have my original copy of Dark Cloud for the PlayStation 2. And I do have the digital versions downloaded onto my PS4 of 1 and 2. Because I've never played 2. And I've always wanted to play 2, eventually. Start over. I heard they changed a lot of things with it. You know what, let's just start over. Start over. Get a slightly better reference of his face. Also, hopefully it's not too loud. If it is too loud, let me know and I can turn it down. The volumes tell me it should be okay. Nice. I'm glad. A mini golf game? Really? That sounds like it's a bit of a trip. Maybe next time I should just have something more, like, fleshed out instead of doing, like, a bazillion doodles on stream. Kind of goes too low of an ear. Should be. Really should just hotkey this pencil. Nah, you're good, Q. I just switched to music. I'm still trying to think of emotes and feel a little bad that so far there's just been a whole heck of a lot of doodles and not a whole lot of progress. Yes, I had Dark Cloud on the brain, and the fact that I'll eventually need to play through it fully and avenge Kidme, who was a bit of a dingus and accidentally saved over the save file that had the final dungeon on it because I wanted a refresher of the story before beating the game. And this was before doing the double saves. Like, your save and then your backup save. And ever since that day, I make 2 saves. It's just like, I know I have 1 save already, but what if I did another one just to make sure nothing bad happens to this other one? Also, hi, Rocky. Q is looking after the good puppo, the good boy, the good lad. It was. You're being responsible. It's a very large nose. He's a very large nose. And then we get eye patch. No, not Dio. Not this time, at least. Our angry boy. The upgrade for Clip Studio EX is $129 with the 60% off. Oof. I remember it was a bit spendy. I basically considered it like my okay, that makes sense. I think it was the same. I think that's always been the case for the EX one. I could be wrong. Also, that would be lovely, Kyo. I don't know how it could be done. Because it feels like it was very much of its era, but you know, I'm down to be proven wrong, essentially. This is a nice one. But let me start off. Small, then big. Small, then big. Intimidation vibes. Maybe. Getting Adobe again sometime late next year, so I'll stick with the 1.0. That is fair. That is completely fair. Yeah. Also, the one thing that I did not love about Dark Cloud was the fact that you had to pay for the repair powder to repair your weapons, and you had to make sure you had that on you if you ever needed to repair your weapon, especially if you accidentally went into a dungeon that had like double like durability like eating. And if not, you could just lose out on a really good weapon that you've been trying to build up. That was the only downside. Which also meant that I was doing a whole lot of doing one dungeon, leaving said dungeon, saving, going back into the dungeon. I never really had an issue with water. You realize how much you miss After Effects in Audition? That is fair. I just wish they were more easily affordable Adobe products, and that they didn't try to basically gut artists every month with having the monthly subscription and taking away a good physical copy of things. Kind of like this one. Kind of like this. He does kind of have a bit of a mustache, which might not transition. But you know, I could hope. He certainly has ponytail, right? I'm not misremembering that. He does. He does have ponytail. Which means that would be like right about here. Need to keep up to date with industry products if I'm gonna leave my job. That's fair. Yeah, at least for now, saving up, I believe, is for move things. Could be wrong. One way I thought to approach the game durability problem was to emphasize breaking weapons to melt better ones in a dungeon rather than have the player have to stock up on repair powder. That's fair, especially when repair powder takes up a slot of inventory, and if you try and find things in the dungeon that might be good to have. Sorry, I just had the mental, like, sidetrack of they basically made it easy to swap between characters, which was like the one complaint that, like, not the one complaint, but the major complaint that Donkey Kong Country 64 people had with the fact that you had to go back to the barrel to, like, switch to people. And thinking about it, it's just like, you could just switch on the fly. You just switch on the fly, I think, to people. I also could be misremembering it horribly. But that's what I remember. This is way too high. That's what's the problem. Just gonna... this... I don't know. I feel like I want him in the tux, but I feel like the tux was only specific to Zero, and as soon as we get into the other ones, he's just going to have, like, the snake skin jacket thing. Oh, he also has short hair afterwards. He's allowed to have whatever hair he wants. I just miss the fact that he had it in a ponytail. But yeah, that was my only, like, sad bit I remember from Dark Cloud of just, like, it kind of sucked that you had to make sure you were stocked up on it. Other than that, it felt like it was fine. It felt like water was always, like, kind of plentiful to be able to gather or access in the dungeon, because usually the dungeon would have, like, a spot to get water back. Should I attempt to... I don't know. I don't know. I guess I could try to refine this one more, but, like, I think for now we'll leave it. I guess I should also save these bazillion things. Tried Rogue Galaxy. I have not, nor have I ever heard of it. It's another level 5 game? Hang on. Oh, I have seen screenshots of it. I've never played it though. God, I would love to play through the Dot Hack series. Oh, it's also nice. I'm gonna remind myself this later. Sorry, that was probably undistinguishable. You just stop putting it in my mouth as if it's a pencil. You know what? I drew ideas in a book. Sorry I'm so head empty and scatterbrained. We're only like an hour and a half into the stream and I'm getting severely sidetracked. I know it. Feel it in my bones. It is. I just feel like I should do better about it. Okay, I didn't have as many emote ideas written down as I thought I did. Because I delved real quick into trying to think up a t-shirt idea. And that also is like a scatterbrained mess. Yeah, that's true. Epcars is sleeping at the moment, so like... Maybe something Clino related. I don't know what I would do for the boy. I don't know what I would do. Hero? I know, that's super sarcastic, and to be fair, I did keep us up late. That was me. We sure finished the Wild Wild West section, and I decided to continue on with it and do what I thought was the end of the game. And then we just stayed up late enough to where we just got breakfast. And then went to bed. I have a problem. And it's the hyperfixation of things. And I know there's so much time still left with it, but man, I'm basically, in some capacity, waiting for him to get up so we can just do more.
Congratulations! Your name will be recorded in the Hall of Legends for all to see.
That scared me. I don't know. I don't really want to, like, skip too much, especially for the fact that we're gonna be gone. Nah, you're good. I just didn't realize that it was set loud. Let's see. That's right, I was looking at Steam Decks. It's just like, what was that? Steam Decks. If I don't want it, if I don't want something loud, I should adjust the volume. And instead I choose the chaos of having it loud. Panda bears eat up to 16 hours a day. I know I'm allowed to skip. I just know that, like, on one hand, I feel bad that I know you and Upcarnus have not been enjoying this season, which is fine. That is completely allowed. I just feel bad of just kind of like, well, I'll just I'll just do things. I don't know. Yeah, a friend of mine was letting me know how with the sale that they were on sale, and I was explaining to him, it's just like, that's great, but also, like, I would feel like I would need to have a reason to, like, get one, and the fact that, like, I'm pretty cozy at my desk for anything Steam related at the moment, like, and I don't feel like I right now travel enough. Like, I know there are a few travel things planned in the cards, like going to PAX East. But, that's the only thing I could really think of it for. Also, I know you can't see, but I'm looking up references, so. And that's fair. That is a good use for it. I can't bring myself to bring it to something like that to bed. I already have a bazillion blankets, and trying to kind of maneuver my arms, like, with this, it's like, no, this is just going to be more of a reason to stay up. Oh, I would never do, I don't think I'd ever do Apex on it. I have way too many things hotkeyed, and I think trying to go back and forth between all of that would be a lot. Hang on. Like, basically, also, like, I would want to do more Apex on stream, I think, but also it's just like, I don't want my friends to feel like they have to join me. And if they start having, like, a bad time, I don't want them to feel like that, oh, you're not allowed to vocalize it because you don't want people to see you get grumpy. I just feel bad. I don't need to, but I do. You're playing now? That's valid. I think you're ahead of us in the battle pass. I know I've missed a few days. Eventually a bottom model will probably release. That is fair. lost my thought process of what I was looking for reference-wise, other than the fact that it was Salmon Run. He is. So, basically, I was trying to look for a reference so I could, like... High tide emote? In terms of, like, Splatoon or something else? Wrong. Diagonal. Is that what I want? Is that what I want? I don't think that's what I want, actually. And that's true. I don't know what fundamental use that would end up having. Yeah, like, if it was just for, like, Big Run or any time I'm playing Splatoon, that's all and good. Like, I have no issues with, like, doing something like that. I just don't know what functionality it would have outside of that, and if it's so super specific, I just feel like I'm wasting a slot, essentially. But I can't be wasting things because I don't even have all of them filled. So, like, I guess that's a moot point for myself. Yeah. I'm just bad with coming up with ideas. I guess I basically want it to be worth it. Or make it feel like it's worth it. It's like nobody has to support me on here. By any means. And I want to make sure that, like, if someone is, that they're getting good things out of it, I guess. Want to be able to provide good things that feel like they're worth it and not because I'm just filling a slot kind of thing. Which is hard because it's just like, I should just fill up all of my slots with whatever. But also, will it be worth it? I don't know. I don't like how that looks. I could, and then I just run into the mental block of like, what do I even put out that's actually going to transition well, like small? Like, this is neat. I don't know if it's going to transition well to small, and obviously I would need to make adjustments to it. This seems like it would transition well to small. The only issue I would have is that, like, his eye might not. And that might just be something lost to the fray. Oops, nope. Want to. This might transition well to small. Unsure. This would just have to be redone altogether. The focus is all wrong. I don't remember if there was anything good. Well, I guess there was this. Because I did have the silly idea of like the cowboy emotes that are in Discord already. That maybe they're just in a face-off against the Gengar, and then the Gengar also is like pointing the gun at them, and also having like their cowboy hat and having the gun. But then like you lose, it would have to be the upper part, so like I would lose the boots. And also, I already have a Snorlax with the cowboy hat on, so do I really need another? I don't know what this was. This was just cringe. Yeah, a lot of these are just like, I guess, facial practices, but you get the idea. Art's hard. Art's hard. Especially when you like want to draw the very specific thing in your head that you think would look neat, and then instead you just kind of like have spaghetti noodles. Like, this is good. Would this transition well? I don't know. I don't even know what this is. I just doodle it out. It would seem like it would kind of be more along the lines of like the head empty, so maybe it can be our lovely small fry who has gigantic eyes instead. So like it would be more like this. And honestly, I think it needs to be more up. Warm-up sketches for almost 2 hours. And I know that, like, a lot of the, like, I guess advice I've had of just, like, what to do for emotes is, like, based off of, like, if you make jokes fairly frequently, or if, like, there's something that, like, fits the vibe of your stream to help encompass that. And it's just like, I don't know. Brain feels like it's just ADHD everywhere, to where I, at one point, kept to just having myself as the emote, and then eventually delved into just doing other characters, because it felt like other characters were much more interesting than I could be. But also, those are very good. And the thing is that, like, internally, like, I know the laugh was done at this point a very long time ago, but I crave to update that one. Like, I want to do it better. I feel like I could make it much more readable, because what I tried to do was that, like, maybe you were laughing so hard that, like, your glasses aren't on straight anymore. And I don't feel like that conveys well in the small scope of things. It also looks flat compared to, like, other ones. It's just like, I want to do it better. But also, fuck. Yeah, I have had the idea to do, like, a Chocobo one. I just don't know what I would, like, add to it. Like... That's not what I want. That's not what I want. Hang on. 3 seconds. Maybe more, but, you know, time is finicky. Tomb frame. I'm trying to think of what you mean in terms of it being 2-frame, because running would need to, like, at minimum, probably be 4 frames. I think. I'd have to tinker with it. Might be 3. But basically it would have to be, like, right foot in front, have a middle frame of, like, kind of both of them being together in, like, the midst of the run. Run, like, right leg back, and then kind of bring it back to the middle kind of thing. Do a 2-frame run that is cute but not fluid. Yeah. I just don't know how I'd pull off the cute part, I guess. Something like pop pop. Pop is definitely 2 frames. Pop I need to like... I also crave to update that one. But I told myself I wasn't going to update any of them until like I actually fill the slots. Which now at this point is just going to be years. Also, this is not me trying to pretend I know, like, more about animation than anybody. I have minimal knowledge, and I'm trying to eventually grasp more on it, and I need to sit down and do more things. Is he doing it good? Oh, I miss that. I miss just sleeping puppers. Also, it doesn't help that there are like, it feels like a bazillion different chocobos out there. Variants, and it's just like, I don't have an emotional attachment to either one of them. So at this point, it's just kind of like, which one do I do? Which chocobo do I do? Because that sure isn't a whole lot. It looks more like a capybara. Like, Evan. Yeah, that's terrible. I'm deleting that. That's gone. That's gone forever. What do you mean, though? That was terrible. Do you really want it back? Because I don't feel like that was very good. This is not good at all. What if a chocobo emo, but it fills the square? I don't know how well you can tell something is a chocobo without being able to like see like its feathers kind of thing. I feel like you would kind of need to like see its feathers. Otherwise, it's just going to be a bird. Are there yellow birds? Actually, hang on. I imagine there are. Sure would help if I spelled bird right. I don't feel like I gave myself enough real estate to, like, I can move it to the left. I just don't feel like I've given it enough real estate to be able to, like, warrant that. So basically it has to be, oops. Basically it has to be resizing is what I'm trying to get at. And then at which point would it still read well after it's all said and done? Also, there are yellow birds. It's just some of them are like cockatiels, which doesn't help. Doesn't help. Like, this is not helping. It's only not helping because I'm not conveying it well in drawing form. Like, it does not look good to me at all. Remember in Final Fantasy 15? You could dye the chocobos different colors? That's good at least. Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure. Thing is that, like, I feel like a good way of being able to, like, tell if something's like a chocobo, it's like being able to see, like, these kinds of things, and also have it have the beak that comes down, so that way you can kind of actually see it. Obviously it comes down, has like its chest fluff. Like this, I feel like is kind of more distinguishable of a chocobo than what I drew before. But then I realize it's just like pencil, but hopefully you get what I mean. I feel like this is more distinguishable of a chocobo. But mostly because of the fact that, like, it's able to still, like, see its, like, feather features. The fact that it has a long neck, so you automatically know that it's not a normal, like, bird. And is very much, like, chocobo kind of thing. Plumage on a chocobo is key, I agree. Yeah. Which is why, like, filling the screen I don't feel like would work, because, like, I could name it to still be a chocobo, but then people are gonna have to see the name to kind of have it click that, oh, this is a chocobo, rather than kind of, like, seeing it and knowing immediately that it's a chocobo. Maybe. The point I'm trying to get at, Myth, is that I wouldn't want to have to rely on the name to automatically know what it is. I would want it to be like looked at and know what it is. Because I've had issues where I've tried to like distinguish what someone's emote was. And it wasn't until I clicked into it and either got to see like a more enlarged version of it or saw the name that it finally clicked what it was. But you could not tell that from afar. Granted, everyone is different. That is fine. Like everyone's gonna like something different in terms of it. No one's gonna necessarily worry about like whether or not this is going to properly like scale down kind of thing, because they're gonna know exactly what it is. I just feel like the fact that the emotes don't necessarily stay on my channel alone, I would want them to be easily distinguishable no matter where it goes. Which is why, like, there have been emotes that, like, I've kind of, like, drawn out and it's just like, I don't know if I like this. So, let me see if are we talking, like, doing Chocobo, like, full body, but, like, but do it as, like, a sprite kind of thing? Or are we talking, like... Yeah. I'm getting nitpicky. That's just a chicken. That's fine. Like that, or either like it is kind of seen from behind as like old. Now it's full, technically. Technically, Rhoda is full. That's terrible. That's fine. That would read better in other channels. I'm not the biggest Final Fantasy person, though. And the fact that I haven't, like... Nah, that's okay. Because in my mind, there's something very specific I want to make sure I'm conveying with it. And for me, I don't feel like the saddle is what makes or break a chocobo. Oh, like that. Okay. That's what I thought. See, like, the sprites being like that, I feel like would work in the sense of... Where is it on here? It was a part of last gen. Yes, it was. See immediately where it is. Hang on. Sorry, I know I did not finish that thought up loud. Bear with me. Basically, no. Like there's that. No, that's not really. Don't mind the fact that it has angry eyes. Basically something like that. Something akin to that. Kind of like how, it's not Doug Trio. The bird. Either way. I think what I had earlier was better. I imagine you're talking about... Not that one. Not that one either. This one, I imagine. And like this being stationary like this, like I could technically do like 2 frames of like it opening its mouth and closing it. Hello. How's it going? Get some good sleep. Good. Save that. Have a good lark myth. I'm just kind of thinking. I don't mind it. I would probably have to adjust it though, a little bit. I will think on it. Great. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Of a lot of the reason why, like, some of the ones I like are the reason I like them is is specifically how it is they've drawn it or the energy they have behind it. Let me see. There's an example. I have plenty of examples, but like, here. Like, that one's great. But also, like, I love it even more so because of the fact it's just a little guy waving at you. And it looks really nice. How would I convey that into my own? I don't know. And obviously, like, it's not going to be like, I'm just going to draw like a possum waving kind of thing, because that's not what I want. Which means I could, like, do like a Pokemon, but I don't know what I would do. Exactly. From what it seemed like for the doodles, I'm not sure if small fry will, like, convey super well small. I can try. What's a good reference for this? Let's see. I think my main... You have a little arm. But, like... don't know. Maybe. I don't know if that will transition well, but I will consider it. As I have a bazillion tabs open. Let's see. Does this work? Nah, that doesn't look good. Eh. Yeah, good draft at least. Don't know if there's anything else. E. Might have to adjust him a bit. Could always do something like that. This is Belly Bolt. What?
I'm surprised. I just didn't realize you're going to actually
I mean, I might have to make his arm shorter, but like...
Which just means you can side him up. You get even more belly.
Get more belly for your buck. I was trying to think of a wave.
No, I think honestly, I'm sure if you do it, everyone is gonna be just like Coco. Everyone's gonna want it.
Maybe. This is to assume that like there isn't one already. Why not? Look how huggable he is.
Yeah, but
look how happy he is.
You're assuming a lot out of people.
You're not wrong, and now I'm just sad. I realize this looks like a mess, but like... kind of reminds you of Milo. That's fair. This is Pokemon. Bit over here. I guess that could be a wave. I would just need to obviously animate it. Which, I'm not familiar enough with Clip Studios animation yet to be able to do that on here, but like, something. A good candidate. There we go. Just like, why does it look like it's loading? It wasn't loading, that was just my mouse deciding no. I want to say there was something else I had in mind and now I can't remember. Something I wrote down maybe? can't think of anything else at the top of my head directly. How many slots do I have again? I should replace Happy of the follower emotes. I think all of the tier 1 emotes are going to stay the way they are for now. I could move what's on tier 2 over to tier 1 actually, and then that would be a tier. I would need to think of a tier 2 emote. I have 2 more slots for animated emotes, which can be wave, and I guess maybe like the chocobo, like maybe like opening his mouth, maybe? Which then means that I would have the 5k bit emote and then the 10k bit emotes. Volleyball's gonna be animated, that takes up 1. Let's see. Hang on. 1. Just writing it out for myself. I'll say the 10k could be Majima. I butchered his name. It's fine. 5k. What else did I draw that I enjoyed? Oh, that's right. That's right. Now I remember. Where's my boy? There he is. I love him so much. Okay, 5k can be Rob. Aw, that's a cute puppers. It's very cute. Hang on. I will go back to Rob so you can see Rob.
So cute.
He's Rob in my heart, okay? He is coffee.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think I debate if I should put him in 5k or if I should put him as a replacement tier 3. And then I guess move knife to 5k? I don't know.
This is actually the character's name is actually Cube from Live a Live.
Yeah.
I've gotten Calvia obsessed about, and without spoiling, we've hit the part where it makes the games is has clicked. Mm-hmm.
I hate it. I hate the fact that I still have 13, 12 hours before
You get some conclusion.
Mm-hmm. I thought this was going to be fairly mild. I wasn't going to get hyperfixated at all. There was just going to be little tits and bits of stories here and there. And instead, it's all I'm thinking about.
Slight spoiler. Live and Live is a great RPG. If you want, go ahead and buy it used. Because there are very reasons why you might not want to support Square Enix right now. But Live was originally a 1994 SNES JRPG that never got an official release in the West. Yes, for the NFT bullshit. And I originally played Live not the current version of it. I played it in the early 2000s as a fan translated version. And yeah, like I really enjoyed it back then. Like it has arguably one of the best turn-based combat systems it is, because it's definitely like it actually has like when with most turn-based combats it's like, oh, you have to it's just waiting for your turn to come up and then you act. But this game actually Live actually takes it really interesting, because it's not just you wait your turn and you can start moving. Everyone has its emphasis on positioning, but arguably most importantly, like there is no like mana or anything. The only thing that the only resource you have is your time, and the fact that if you want to use a bigger attack, typically you have to do what's referred to as a charge. Thing is that if you're doing a charge, that means anything that knocks you, that can knock you around, becomes an interrupt, and then you lose. Not only you lose your turn, you lose that charge, and also you can go and as a result of the charge, you can go, oh, I know the enemy is going to move into X square by the time this finishes charging. Let me aim for an empty square, which Cube is very good for, because he has like 2 main attacks. Well, these offensive attacks. Technically, everything is done like there's no like attack action. There is use an ability, and abilities range from your punches to kicks to heals to magic to shooting a gun. Whatever the case might be.
Status effects.
Yeah. Everything is an ability. And you can go and just simply be like, hey, I want to do this big fuck you charge, and hopefully the opponent will be in a certain square.
Apparently I don't know how to draw pumpkin.
Pumpkins are hard. actually a good question. I thought, because was it just for Switch, or was it like a Switch / PS5 cross release?
Very cool.
Yes.
That's referring to original. Remake Nintendo Switch.
It's only Nintendo
Only
Switch.
Nintendo Switch.
Gotcha. I could understand wanting a PC release. I will say this, Kyo. Most likely, if it does become a PC release, it's first going to be via the Epic Games Store, given Square's and Epic's ongoing relationship.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, I personally don't mind. I have games on the Epic Games Store. I
have some games on there too. A lot of it is like stuff they've done like for free though.
Yeah, I don't disagree, Kyo. I'm just saying that, like, I'm just giving that heads up that, you know, there's a chance that it might not be a Steam release. But yeah, no. Like, again, this is why I say buy used copy, because, you know, Square, yeah, their former president was an NFT bro. Actually, technically, it's still their current president, because I don't think they technically resign until May, I want to say. But the incoming guy, from all accounts, is not much better. In terms of, like, hey, yeah, I mean, we know it's going to crash and burn. Like, their whole entire reveal, there wasn't even a suggestion of what the gameplay might look like. That's how, like, I'm not saying that, you know, saying you want to work on a game, it means that there's no, you know, like, if you're working on a game, like, you don't, and you want to announce, hey, I'm working on a game, that doesn't mean you have to
have everything solidified out.
Right. You don't even have to have the gameplay out. However, that typically only works if it's either, if you have to at least be able to give us a synopsis of what the fuck you want to do.
Especially if it's a new IP where you can't just show, like, Samus's gun kind of thing and have that be the teaser kind of thing.
And everyone creams their pants for 5 years.
Basically. I like this pumpkin. I think it transitions well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not just incredibly risky. It's going to crash and burn. And the thing is, it will eventually get canceled. And then, chances are, there will be more projects that are going to get canceled as a result. And people are going to be out of work. I'm just hoping that... I mean, like, if you want to support Final Fantasy 16, you know, like, I'm not... The thing is that we've gotten to the point where the NFT pushback is large enough that we know that it's going to crash and burn. We know it.
Right.
The question is, do you want to punish the studio, or do you want to just try to dissuade from that one particular team?
Yeah.
Like, for example, Do you want to buy Kingdom Hearts 4? Do you want to buy Final Fantasy 16? Now do you want to, like, right now, do you want to buy Octopath Traveler 2? Do you want to go through Live Live, or Triangle Strategy?
And it's kind of as we figured that we would get to a point where it would be so hard to just kind of pull away from it because it feels like it's in everything.
Well, I wouldn't say it's in everything, but the thing is...
That's why I said feels like it's in everything.
But I think it's... Like, we are in the quote-unquote dying days of... Like, is any technology ever truly dead? No. But, if it's so unsupported, you know... And that's fair. Yeah. And I'm not going to say which way is the right way. If anything, the reason why I want to get Final Fantasy 16 is in spite of everything with Square Enix right now, because Yoshi P is fucking directing it, you know. And there's one person at Square who I'm going to trust with any game at Square is Yoshi fucking P.
That's fair.
Yeah, like, it's not just that, but fundamentally, so there was, a Twitter thread that went, at least I saw quite a bit of, because I follow a decent chunk of people who are either adjacent to, the game industry, or, at least, or in it, or, you know. And, it was it was asking what's better, a game with bad mechanics that has a great story, or a game with a bad story that has great mechanics. And while, obviously, the correct answer is, well, how bad is bad? And how good is good? Personally... I find it easier to get through a game with bad mechanics that had a good story. And that's perfectly fair here. Some people can argue that Stranger of Paradise has great mechanics, bad story. And I would say those people are wrong. I feel yes, there's, the story in Stranger of Paradise is...
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean,
I should probably just...
I basically podcast during, Fall Guys by watching, I used to go and watch all of Yu-Gi-Oh! While, that's how I got through 300-something episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! Within a reasonable time frame, because I was, watching it while playing Fall Guys. And that's the thing, there are times that, yes, you can go and get through a game with in both sides of the spectrum. Some people would say that I just find it easier for me to go and do there are more games I can probably point at that have arguably kind of mechanics that but good story. Hey, then I'm trying to figure out, I know this is Gengar, but I'm trying to figure out, he doing a set.
No.
No?
No. We talk
Why does Gengar have a gun?
because he's now part of the Cowboys.
Damn it. Oh, gods.
I'm sorry, this is what we've delved into. Don't tell Queen. Nobody tell Queen, please.
Why not tell Queen?
I don't know if she would approve what I've done to the boy. And I don't want to find out.
I knowing Queen, she would be like, why doesn't he just have a shotgun?
Keep talking. Don't mind me.
You're just right now to figure out how to... Okay, I was like, yes, you're gonna have to start from deeper in if you're doing a shotgun. You know, you have to have the proper stock or whatnot.
I don't know. This is a mess. Don't worry about it. Keep going.
I mean, you can do a best now and then, just get the idea down and then fix everything.
Have you seen everything that's been ideas that have been doodled down in the 33 layers that I have right now?
I didn't realize you had 33 layers.
There's 33 layers. That's not actually, so that doesn't count. This is just animation frames.
Yeah.
A wave of small fry. Just practicing point. Chocobo running.
Gotcha.
Chocobo Pokemon. Chocobo standing. Chocobo. Chocobo yelling. This. Whatever this is. Small fry squinting. Tire squinting. Splatoon gun. Majima, which turned out pretty decent, so I'm probably going to do it.
Yeah.
Rob, obviously. Small fry sleeping. And then this just gets into the expressions category of, tired, questing life. It was supposed to be, dripping coffee out of the mouth, but, that didn't seem to work out, and I like Rob having coffee better.
I don't know. I would say good Kingdom Hearts 2 is,
I enjoy Kingdom Hearts 2.
You know what would be a better example of good mechanics? Well, actually, no. So most people would argue it's bad mechanics, bad story. Chain of Memories.
Oh, so I was my brain went to sticker stars from what you told me, so it's just
I don't personally I would think. No, I like Chain of Memories, but most people would say it's bad mechanics, bad
I like
story.
Chain of Memories.
I mean, I understand, personally, I like Chain Memories, and I understand that, how should I describe it with, or shall we just pretend that, go
Also,
with
Snorlax has a gun. But I also already have
Snorlax
Snorlax.
can kill you by flopping on you.
Listen, this is to add insult to injury. What if he just sits on you and then gets up and then shoots you? What's the cause of death? Don't know. It's probably the bullet.
I mean, Keo, people can argue that's also The World Ends With You, and I would say, hey, you know,
God, I've had that on the brain too.
you want to finally go back and actually 100% Neo?
Oh, I do, but also, like... Okay, I'm gonna leave that on screen. Obviously, you can't all see this, but, like, being that Yeti was doing, like, its rally thing, I was gonna try submitting one. I came up with a few ideas of, like, mixing, like, the Kingdom Hearts 1, like, kind of relay and, like, trying to do it for them. And then I thought of, like, kind of like a different one where it had, like, Neku on one side, Rendo, and just, like, maybe a Mr. View kind of thing, and have that be, like, a t-shirt design. It's probably not gonna work.
I mean, I think, honestly, that would work if you drop Mr. Mew.
That's fair. I was honestly debating if I should leave it or, like, keep it, but, like, basically it would be the Dream Drop Distance one where, like, Niku's up,
Yeah.
Rendo's down.
Yeah, no. That makes
And then I was
sense.
kind of tinkering with it, and it's just like, okay, how do I do fucking eyes, I guess? I guess I'm not figuring this out before the rally. And then also, like, this is just a side doodle I had of just, like, the stained glass from Kingdom Hearts, but using, like, characters for, like, Dark Cloud, which is why I've had Dark Cloud on the brain. And, like, I could do, like, the little, like, smaller things as, like, each character kind of thing. I realize nobody on stream can see this, and I'm sorry, but,
I mean,
like...
you're describing it rather well.
I hope so.
Also, no, like, the World Ends With You games are amazing. I
enjoy that.
The original one made me fucking cry at the end. Like, hey, Neo didn't make me cry, but also, part of that might have been because I was on stream. And B, like, it definitely goes and fucking, you know, sucker punches you. Especially, I know you cried.
Why do you guys say that so matter-of-factly? Pretend to be surprised a little bit, please, and thank you.
There's a lot, like, I love you, love, but there's a lot of games, like, I don't mean this as a negative, but you are more emotional than me.
I sure am. I am more emotional than, like, a lot of people.
Yes, and that's not a bad thing per se, but also that does mean you're more vulnerable to end of story crying. I am sure, like, I will have the tissues ready for when I actually think we're about to finish Live and Live. Fair?
Fuck.
This
would also be, like, a great one.
That's Toxa... Oh, gods.
Toxel? Toxic?
The punk rocker. Who's actually slightly busted. Actually, he's not busted. Fucking Sable Eye is busted.
Toxicity.
Yes. Oh yeah, no, I mean, to be fair, hi Pulsar.
I hope I didn't scare you.
Hi, Pulsar. Thank you for the trying to come up with ideas for stuff and things. Thank you, Keo.
To be fair, like,
I hope stream was good. Hi, Nikki. Hi, Floyd. Hi, Copper. I'm sorry. Don't tell Queen. Don't tell Queen. Nobody tell Queen, please. Also, you are also cute, Nikki.
and yes, that's Kangaroo with a shotgun and Copper.
I'm sorry. He has a cowboy hat. Upcarnus gave him the idea
Nikki,
of having a shotgun. No.
No snitching.
Also, thank you, Copper. We've done a lot of ideas today. Here's another Gengar. A possible replacement for the Woo Pumpkin. Those are notes. Belly bolt waving. I was drawing out the hand to see if I liked how it waved.
I mean, if you don't use that, you can give it to me. Because
do you have animated slots? Here's a small fry.
I don't know, actually.
As also possibly waving.
Also,
here's a small point with no characteristics whatsoever other than the practice of points.
Yes. And the reason why, to be fair, Nikki, the reason why a Calvi has done a Belly Bullet mode is because especially when I was more into my Pokemon grind, I was bragging about how much work Belly Bolt was doing because Belly Bolt is, like
small fry.
Belly Bolt can be busted, especially if people don't know how to play around them.
Majima, which I am gonna turn into an actual emote. I'm just the way I have things planned. I think I'm gonna put this in like the 10K for reasons. Also, Rob with coffee. Delivering you coffee. The boy is giving you coffee.
It is not, for reference people, that's not actually,
Also, I did give Snorlax a gun as well.
When Kelly says Rob,
thank you.
The character's
name is Cube. I just named him Rob because he's a good robot, and our creator was not giving him good names like Roundy and Cube. You've given him two different shapes, sir. He needs a real name.
This is Cube comes from Live a Live, which we were talking about briefly with as few spoilers as possible. It's basically a game that I would recommend to everyone, but given the current situation with Square,
must be Rob.
I would almost advise, pick up a used copy of Live a Live.
I think that's what we ended up doing.
Yeah, that's what you did.
Because there was no used copy.
You mean new?
New copy. I was lied to. The GameStop lied to me.
But it seems like people are wanting the volleyball and the shotgun, the Gengar. Yeah, you have to fix the proportions, but
I do. And also, hang on. Because you cannot see my paper, I want to show everybody the tentacle toxicity. Where the fuck did I put my boy? I moved the pages. I'm sorry, we curse here. I've held it in for like 10 plus years. Cursing's just gonna happen. Lost my boy. I've abandoned my boy. Too late. I'm gonna swear like a truck driver. That's why the streams are 18 plus.
But yeah, we just got talking into what is the appropriate way to support Square right now, given their NFT bullshit. And the question is, do you not support Square at all and let them figure out that, hey,
NFT's bad.
Yeah, or do you go in to say, fuck it, and, I'll get the good games and whatnot. And the thing is that we know the game is going to be DOA. Not Dead or Alive, Dead on Arrival. But Dead or Alive games used to be really good, ignoring the fact that, it's arguably the game series that coined the term jiggle physics. That aside,
this doesn't do it justice. This doesn't do it justice at all.
You need a slightly wider mouth.
And also, squint your eyes.
Yeah. But yeah, the NFT game is going to be dead on arrival. Like, it is, like, there's no way in hell that it is, like, basically anyone who would actually be interested in the game, like, and by anyone interested, I mean basically anyone who is a part of Square, like, the Square's core market. People like us are A, fuck NFTs, B, where's the gameplay, C, fuck NFTs. The only people who, like, you go to the tweet where they talked, like, gave a brief announcement about the game, and the only people who are supporting it are blatant NFT bros. And
that's fine. It's not as good as my paper one. It's fine.
I mean, we can always, whenever we want to set up that scanner, I still have plenty of paperwork to scan.
Yeah.
I've been sitting on for like 8 months. Just an entire stack of paper that I was supposed to be scanning. Oh, no, 7 months. An entire stack of paper I was supposed to scan in. Yeah, no, it's a bad Ponzi scheme. Yeah.
You know what? While we're going, chat, what's your favorite emote? Give me ideas. Please, maybe.
I also forgot Toxtricity is actually a Fusion Strike Pokemon, but it's, there are, like, it's not the best, unfortunately. You either have to do a Toxtricity deck, you have to do a UV Max deck, or you have to do... There's actually there's a Hoopa version. Because Hoopa is also... There's also a Hoopa V, that's Fusion Strike. There's also a Dragapult version, but also the Dragapult version is kind of meh. Because Stage 2 decks are always either very hit or very miss. And especially since you're going to have a lot of, Genesect Vs sitting on your bench, your opponent is going to just want to grab those off the bench and KO them, which defeats the purpose of running a Stage 2 deck. For reference sake, for those who are not as familiar with the Pokemon TCG, the term Stage 2 deck refers to any deck whose main win condition is a Stage 2 Pokemon. Trying to think of a good... I guess, talking about, like, classic Pokemon TCG, the Rain Dance deck, which focused around Blastoise, that was a Stage 2 deck. There's upcoming Gardevoir deck that is a Stage 2 deck. The reason why Stage 2 decks are typically very interesting is because of the fact that your opponent can only take one prize card at a time versus usually whatever major mechanic is.
It's terrible hands. Don't look at those.
I'm sure people are just enjoying watching, listening to us and whatnot. I mean,
you have more interesting things to talk about than I do.
I'm just a fucking nerd.
I love you for it.
I love you too. The purpose of the Stage 2 deck is that, like, hey, you are going to get really powerful Pokemon out that if your opponent KOs, they get only one prize card, which can usually lead to a very grindy game for your opponent. And because of the fact that it's a somewhat grindy game, like, especially if they're running, like, whatever, like, V Pokemon right now, or EX or GX Pokemon, or Level X Pokemon, or Break Pokemon before, whatever the case might be. Actually, technically, Break Pokemon were technically a Stage 3, because you put them on top of an existing Stage 2. But that's a different story. The idea was simply, hey, you get out a powerful Pokemon, yes, you have to do a little bit of setup for it. Typically a rare candy setup. But because of that, your opponent has to KO a lot more things. The problem with Dragapult V decks. I would say not Dragapult V. Dragapult Fusion Strike Dragapult decks is the fact that it's a stage 2 deck that relies on a V Pokemon as a bench sitter. Which means your opponent has all the incentive to use something like Boss's Orders, which goes and forces their which will force Genesect V onto the active spot, take a quick snipe at it for 190 damage, grab 2 prizes, and leave Dragapult alone. And Dragapult can't just one-shot things, typically. Which, again, defeats the purpose of running a Stage 2 Pokemon.
I know that one's a sit. Like, Kyo, you're the one you said this one might be my actual favorite. But when I look at it, I think of it in terms of like this.
It looks like hands.
It looks like hands.
I never realized that was
Yeah, it's a sit. It's a sit. I think of it
always
in
thought it was
terms of,
just
like,
kind of like admiration.
That's what I always took it as. Like,
yeah, that
like
I've been living a lie.
But yes, this is.
Yes, that's a sit, Dickie. The funny part is that you do a quick impression of that, and now I'm just imagining like Belly Bolt. I know you want to do the Belly Bolt way, but also you see why you understand why I say I can see Belly Bolt in this position.
Maybe. I would need to.
I think you would you would have to be wider, stubbier arms. But also, you understand why. Yeah.
Listen, you don't have an emote yet. You have Twitch's given emote.
The dumb GG one. It just makes me think of like the fact that like Brian David Gilbert has like a handful of emotes, and most of them are just very, very niche.
I mean, he talked about it recently, which was just like the notion of like his main support just kind of wants to go to Patreon because he does like the videos and stuff like that.
And I'm not, I'm not going in. I definitely understand that. I probably should support the Patreon, honestly.
Photos of what?
Excuse me.
I thought about it, but I wasn't sure which tier I should support him at, kind of thing. So it's like,
I mean, yeah, I'll look. We can look after this, just like we can look at Pokemon TCG decks and figure out whether or not you want to do Lugia Single Strike, or do you want to do Lugia Rapid Strike.
That's fair. Also, I did place the order for like the box, and like I figured, oh, I'll grab Kirby because we were talking about it the other day. And then as soon as I placed the order, Amazon reminded me of the fact that like Bayonetta was like there. It's just like, fuck, we were thinking about doing a physical copy.
Well, that's fine. I mean, we're not going to play it immediately, and we don't know if we're going to play on stream, but we will have it.
So, like, that's a thing that happened. It's trying to be like, no, don't overthink it, just go ahead and place the order, and instead it's just like immediately met with, Like, hey, bet you forgot something. Like, fuck. Sure did.
I mean, I wouldn't call that forgetting. I like.
We literally just talked about it yesterday, though.
I guess that's fair.
I feel like the majority of my emotes are going to turn into Pokemon emotes, and like that's just what I'm gonna live.
I was actually gonna joke. Hey, Copper, are you still around?
Why? Why?
Part of me was just thinking is like, would she want to do like something with Zuruku and Belly Bolt?
What do you mean?
Just like an art, a little like art piece or something like that, just for shits and giggles.
Oh, gotcha.
But she might have gone into full lurk mode or whatnot. You know, if we're tossing that together in like 10 minutes, it looks really good.
Are you just...
Like, it's not perfectly proportional, but you don't need it to be. That's the best part. Like, if anything, the only problem I see is that the boy's not round enough.
I don't know how I convey further around this with the space that I have.
But you get my point. Like, no, but you understand, like, arguably that's the only thing that could be a complaint. I'm not saying it is one, but you... Like...
Thank you, Hero. And also, there's nothing wrong with just Batman and, like, Kingdom Hearts emotes. I just feel like I went one way with my emotes, and then I apparently decided to take, like, a complete U-turn and decide that emotes are basically, at this point, memorabilias of, like, things I really like the Fuse and Bloodhound one, like, together, and the fact that I have the boy, and the fact that I have...
Fukuko, that is.
Yeah, I know, but he's the boy. Like, I basically, like, took a hard turn with, like, look at all these new emotes that are of things I really like and have some sort of emotional attachment to.
Ugh.
Yeah, it just makes me feel like shit. There's a lot of things in here. And also, like, the Halloween is also mixed in here, too. And it makes me want to sit down and just, like, change everything.
Like I said, just go make... That's why you need to get Gengar with a shotgun. Because everyone holds a gun, like a pistol, but what about a shotgun? How many shotgun emotes can you think of?
This is a threat. That's why I think of this as a threat. Yeah, that is true. Asa does great, though. Is that supposed to be Mozambique here? Because that would be hilarious, just giving Gengar a Mozambique.
Nah. I don't know. Gengar looks more of a Mastiff type.
Shortened for time, exactly. Can we be threat? Fuck.
Well, you have made it into existence, Kyo. Congrats.
Fuck. Do you want this boy? Would you like this boy?
Sure. I mean, I need emotes. I mean, I don't actually.
I don't even know how many you have.
I could check.
Could check. You could also, like, do, like, 50 gift subs and just, like, have all the emote slots, I guess. But don't do that.
No, I won't.
I never save that as a reminder for myself later. Uh-oh, I think Rev finished Yakuza. I think this would transition well. It's small. In your creator dashboard, there should be like.
I have 5 standard modes.
You have 5 standards?
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
I don't know why.
That's fine. Maybe all the animated ones are what's locked now.
Mostly, probably. Like
is that counting like tier 2 and tier 3 or no?
No.
Okay.
Because I assume no one will subscribe to me at tier 2 or tier 3.
Then I guess you would just think of what you want for yourself in those cases.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I guess, do I keep going and just work on the boy for you, or do I just...
I mean, it seems like you want to live.
I mean, I'm also starting to get hungry.
Yeah, and also, given it's 10 o'clock, that's going to reduce the choices pretty drastically.
Yeah,
What are you thinking?
So.
Chicken? Pizza? What?
I just had pizza. Depends, I guess, on how you're feeling about Legend of Dragoon.
What disc are you on Legend of Dragoon?
I added it to the my private section of the Discord for reminders for myself. But thank you.
To be fair,
you never know when I'm going to forget to actually add something. So always good to double check and add it to suggested.
Okay, very quick rant. I love Legend of Dragoon. It has one of the worst final bosses of any JRPG that I've played.
I don't feel like I could replace Shock.
You are correct, Kyo. And I'm talking about the final boss.
Do you want me out? No.
You can it still seems very appropriate for your channel, especially given there's the meow command.
That's fair.
I like Legend of Dragoon as I feel like it's definitely for your typical turn-based combat system. I really liked it. Yeah, no, I was mostly an N64 kid, but there were times during my childhood I had access to a PS1, so I Legend of Dragoon was one of the games I played. I didn't play any Final Fantasy games on PS1 because I played them on PC like a true gamer. No. I joke. But yeah, I picked up various games for PS1 to. I think it's part of the whatever their PlayStation their what they call it their collection service or whatnot, of PS1 stuff. I really liked it until the final boss, and I'm someone who literally bashed my head on the super boss of the game just because, and actually got it down. I still absolutely hated the final boss. Without giving too much spoilers, it's because the final boss has a petrification-like attack. least one that effectively, removes someone from combat. Except it's not petrification, which, would be a status ailment. And I remember the first time I died to said final boss, one of my characters went down, they used that attack, and then the third one was then lasered to death, and it's just like, oh, this is going to be one of those bosses. Like, do I recommend people to still play the game? Yes. But also, of all the JRPGs I played in my life, I feel like it has one of the worst final bosses, personally. Worse, I'm not even saying worse as in, like, hard, or worse as in, like, it just fun. I hope that makes sense. That's the other problem with it, but also, like, that's just typical JRPG bullshit for me. And how it's not even JRPG bullshit anymore. It's just RPG bullshit. If you like, that feels like every RPG now has a multi-phase final boss.
I'll think about that a little bit more later.
So what are you feeling?
So my choices are pizza.
No, I was just thinking of what will still be open. And, like, I was like, technically you can get pasta. If that's what you're feeling. And, well, from Domino's.
Right. Don't know.
See, okay, so when I think of too many phases for a final boss...
Side note, tacos.
Yeah, we could do tacos. Like, if you want too many phases for a final boss, look at Persona 3.
Don't spoil. I haven't played.
No, but Persona
I want to play eventually. I swear.
Yes, that boss, Kyo. I won't spoil it either, but also, it's one of those bosses. Once you realize what their gimmick is, you know exactly how many phases you're going to go through. You have to do... Wait, Wait, have you done Persona 4?
No.
Okay.
No, I have not. I vaguely caught the end, I think, of Dan playing through 4, but I do not recall. I remember the spoiler twist thingy for 4 because of the fact that I was actually real mad that the person that told me had loaned me their copy of the game because they knew I had never played it before, and then proceeded to spoil it for me like a week later.
Personally, I wouldn't recommend trying to get through Persona 1 or 2 nowadays. 3 is definitely the quote-unquote best place to start. if you want to do it in order. The thing, but that's the beauty of the Persona games. Like they are disconnected from each other enough that you don't need to go and play them in any particular order.
Right.
The only reason why you arguably should start with the older games is because it'll let you get enjoy the quality of life improvements going forward.
Right.
Yeah, we have a copy of Persona 5 Royale sitting around somewhere.
Yes, and I do plan to go through that for realsies this time.
Of course, the warning with PS4G is the scene. And anyone who's played through Persona 4 knows what the scene is. The scene that makes you hate, like, a good chunk of characters. Because Atlas writing. Oh, absolutely fucking not. No, it is really good, but like there are some scenes that have aged badly, but there's one scene that is incredibly aged badly, and you know which one I'm referring to. Kyo. Having fun, Nikki?
I think Nikki always has fun with us. Thank you for head pets. I don't know if I'd do them as a stream thing because I know they are incredibly long. I would like to, I think, do 5 on stream.
Yeah, but that's still going like. And the thing is that like the Persona games, if you're playing, like to be fair, you would be playing this probably mostly by yourself. Like,
yeah.
So at least we won't have the delay of reading everything out loud, right? I tease.
We still read everything out loud anyway, bitch.
But if you're playing by yourself, you don't need to read things out loud. Granted, you might want to ask me about words, and that's fine.
Nope. I would then be in total silence. Am I struggling with a word? Don't know. You'll never know because you didn't want me reading it out loud.
It's not that I don't want you reading it out loud. I just assumed that if you're playing by yourself, you're not going to be reading it out loud. Fair.
Bold assumptions to be made.
Have I taught you that well?
In terms of what?
Just, reading stories out loud.
Nope, that would just be the embarrassment of well, he doesn't need to hear me fuck up for the 60th time today.
I mean, look, I don't judge you for your hurt.
It's either dyslexia or, from what my therapist tells me, it could just be ADHD.
Porque no lo sos.
Don't know. That's why I'm gonna find out, I guess, at the psych evaluation.
Also, Nessie deserves a bigger hat than that. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, suggestion. Instead of a top hat Nessie, a Nessie with a splat gun. I know you would have to do it next week, or next 2 weeks. But
no, that's fair. It's just like I have thought about it, and it's just like
how?
Yeah, because it's just like I'm imperfect with a lot of things in terms of punctuation, though.
And pronunciation, yes. And that's fine. And in part, that's why we read things out loud. I mean, that's the reason why, like, literally, this is why in public schools, one of the things that you're supposed to, do, like, one of the things you do is literally a large, like, everyone reads aloud, the English teacher goes and tells you to read a couple of paragraphs or, a page. Yeah. When I correct you, it's not me judging, it's not me critiquing, it is just me trying to help you along, right?
Sure.
Love. Right?
I know you don't mean it as that. Internally, it's just like, I fucked it up again.
But, I know what I'm saying, like, mistakes happen, or maybe you just don't know the pronunciation, and that's fine, right?
Yeah.
No one's going to judge you for having to get corrected. If they do judge you, they can fuck it right off, right?
Good gun.
I mean, it's a quick sketch.
Fair.
If I was judging, do you think I would be willing to? Don't you think it would be easier for me to say read it quietly? Can't argue that, bitch, can you? You're still trying to you're trying to cook up a response.
Sound like a man. Got a mere response or you're not sharing?
I mean, you have our private chat here. You can always share it there.
EP Puppers. It's very good, thank you. If I'm at 41 tabs, is it too much already?
No. Wait, people support you, accept it, bitch.
I want to give them something for supporting me, bitch.
Yeah, you're giving them entertainment.
I'm not entertaining. I jump from one thing to another. I don't stay on a topic too long to be entertaining.
I don't know. The fact that people are hitting 23 months suggests otherwise, bitch. What are you going to say when people are subscribing for 2 years right after your birthday?
Now I have both of my mods yelling at me. I know you wrote I hate sub, but my brain sure read that as I ate sub, and it's just like, how are you going to eat sub?
This stream sponsored by Subway.
Please give me gluten-free bread against Subway and this.
Honestly, Subway. Okay, Subway is okay. Like, it's not great. But specifically, there is one that is around 45th Street, Queens Boulevard in New York City.
Why are you giving addresses? I'm gonna have to nuke this pod now. Say goodbye to the pod, everybody. Personal information's been given out.
Look, I only visited one time. Hey, that's still in... That doesn't give any location to where we are.
See, Kyo, I would joke and like get into like the channel just so you could yell at me, but also Carnus would not be able to hear you, so.
I mean, I could always grab my headphones and set up the splitter, but that's not what we're going to do.
We could.
But like there was this one specific Subway. My only experience there is that I was walking home. I was really hungry, and I'm like, oh, I want to go and hit up the Subway. Hey, I had quite a bit of a walk left. Let me just enjoy this. Let me get a quick sub. Because like Subway is not my first choice, but if I really want it, if I want a sandwich. Subway is reliable.
Most of the time.
So my go-to Subway order is bacon, pepperoni, ham, and just do that. So I basically try to just go into the thing and say, oh, I want a foot long, and I just want bacon. Bacon, pepperoni, and ham, and the woman was like, "Oh, I can't do that." And it's like, why not? He's like, "Oh, you have to select something that's on the menu, and then we're gonna just mark additions." And it's like, but I'm like, wait, that doesn't quite work because literally, like, why can't I just do a bacon? Like, you can just say foot-long sandwich, add bacon, add ham, add pepperoni. Like, why can't you do that? And, like, the reason why I still ordered from there was because I was just hungry enough, and I still had quite a bit of a walk, and I like. But the thing is, that's never been like. Hey,
I've never had that issue.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's only that one place. That one place is the only place I've ever had this issue.
Also, thank you, Kyo.
And
I feel self-conscious right now.
I don't know why. There's nothing to be self-conscious about.
I am arting on stream, and
and people are loving your fucking art, bitch.
I'll say that to my face.
That and people are loving your fucking art, bitch.
See, here gets it.
This is why you need a webcam, so you can just poke my nose and have all these in-person goofs actually translate to stream.
That would mean that you have to wear a shirt.
Yeah, I can do that. Look, the only reason I don't wear shirts because I get hot easily.
I know. And that's fine.
I can pop open a window. Or, during the summertime, I sit in front of the AC. And now I'm going to be sitting even closer to the AC. Because I wouldn't be fucking freezing during the summer.
I'm just getting away with things. That's fine.
So you still want tacos?
Yeah. Tacos just sound very...
Al Pastor chicken. Reason why I would suggest...
Al Pastor.
Okay. I know sometimes the Al Pastor can be a little tougher near the end of the day. But...
Yeah.
Well, Kyo, the reason,
Like-
so we have a new couch that's,
Like here. This is
You're
kind
gonna
of
try to-
window silly. This can be the AC. And this is basically like the corner of our
The room.
apartment. And here is the radiator for the heat. And now here is Apcarnus's desk
yeah.
right here.
Yeah, I used to go and sit, I used to sit, like, an additional, like, foot and a half away. But the thing is that we got a new couch, which is really, really fucking comfy. But it is right-hand facing. Because it has a long portion that's left-hand facing. Sorry, that's on the left side. And the thing is that because of that, our dining room table has to be a little closer to the far wall where we sit, and as a result, we moved our desk closer to the windows so that we can go and comfortably sit at the dining table while also while we can also, enjoy the couch and whatnot. The only thing we haven't really figured out is what do we do in the case of hot pot, because our dining table is an expandable one. I guess it also applies if we have guests.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is basically... Yeah, apartment Tetris sucks. And the thing is that one thing I was possibly suggesting is that we switch the location of our couch and our TV to be on opposite walls. So, like, in that picture that you just saw, where the light fixture is the foyer of our apartment. And
Like-
the couch...
Desk is here. There's a shelf there. Free space. Couch here. And then our desk is right here. Followed by space. Followed by that. Followed by space. Followed by TV. Followed by the bin that's in the corner there. Followed by...
gaming bookshelf.
Followed by the outer part
Yeah.
area.
And that leads into the foyer.
And right now, our table is right here-ish.
Not drawn to size.
Not drawn to size, no. But it basically, like, is close to this part of the couch. When before, the couch was more akin to kind of more blocking the exit area, but had this long piece being there, which meant that there was room for the table, which also meant that we could move the table longwise and expand it out so both chairs could be here, so we could have hot pot
Or
and also like see TV.
yeah, or we could have or if we have guests over, we could put 2 more chairs on the opposite side and have basically a double date night.
Exactly. Such as here. Obviously, all of this is not drawn to size, and the additional thing is that there is right now
An
an exercise bike that sits right here in between our desks.
That we occasionally use.
And
I
my window is the escape window versus his that is AC window.
Right. So if you jump out of Callie's window, you get to the fire escape. You jump out my window, you go down several stories.
Sorry, you didn't need this whole drawn out explanation, but like, there it is now.
I mean, I think it helps capture our problem. Where now with the new couch, we can probably still set up the... Like, it explains why it would make sense to move the couch and the TV. But then we have the problem where if someone takes a hard turn around from the foyer into the living room, they can just possibly run into the TV.
Yeah, and my idea was that no table here, so that way we have this L-shaped couch, and then table is just moved over in this corner where it's a lot just walkway.
Yeah.
And not as easily run around. I would have to like move the trash can that's there. Trash can. It used to be our trash can, but it was kind of a shit trash can, so it has
it's
cardboard now.
It's a recycling bin now.
Yeah. So like, for me, that would open up this entire area.
And then what we can do is instead of trying, either we like have like the iPad set up at the table, or we could try to position it so that we can see the TV, or we can just go and say fuck it and just like take some couple time, just flop on the couch and just enjoy TV together.
Yep. So yeah, I imagine it's not going to be great for you come move time, Hero. I don't remember how long you've lived in that current apartment and how at home you've made yourself in.
I mean, we're going to try again for a house next year. Try.
Yeah.
To be fair, half of it depends right now on my company not suddenly
going poof.
Yeah, like I don't think it will, but also they haven't given us the most confidence with that.
Oh, there's probably then going to be a lot of downsizing for you, Hero, and going through things and packing things, and that's never fun. It's never a fun adventure.
Yeah.
Moving, hate it, don't love it at all.
I wonder why, love.
I feel like you're insinuating something and I'm not clicking with it.
Your parents.
Yeah.
So they that was actually the worry that's coming into this week, Keo, this past week. They basically did a full transparency. You want Oreos?
I would like to put something in my stomach, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm eating an Oreo.
Basically, the company had some finances in SVB, but it wasn't terribly much, quote unquote. And while everything's being settled with that, they still have enough to make payroll and shit. So, to me, that says they are fine for now, but there is a possibility that depending on what our revenue streams look like and whatnot, that things got, I don't know what portion of the business was in SVB. They say they do not. They try to claim that it's not a significant amount, which I'm calling bullshit on that. Only because what defines a significant amount?
Right.
And personally, it's just like I've been hearing some horror stories from companies that have been banked with companies that were banked with SVB, where they wanted to lay off people with their severance packages, but because they couldn't get access to their funds, they couldn't go and actually lay them off. Like I believe the company when it says that they didn't have 100% of their funds locked up, because I did get paid on Wednesday.
So we have that assurance.
But this is a company that in 6 months' time went from we're just going to do a hiring freeze to go in, make sure everything is fine, to laying off 1 in every 7 people, and claiming, things.
Did they give you a bonus with your check or no?
No.
I wonder if that's why. Like, maybe they're not talking bonus because of all the shit that happened?
That is actually not... That's not...
And also, like, any sort of races, maybe they can't.
I'm going to go... I have to talk with my manager. Technically, he's my skip manager, but I directly report to him because the new manager is a first-time manager, so they don't go and they aren't taking responsibility for more senior-level people. So what I'll probably do is because I have to talk to him on Monday or Tuesday with reference to, hey, here are my career goals, blah blah blah, that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. I can just put a little tidbit at the end and be like, hey, is there any news about possible bonuses or whatnot? Or what I suspect my situation is that because I was only available for about 3.5 months of last year, that they, instead of doing everything annually, they do it semi-annually. So what I think is more likely to happen is I'm going to, whatever time they're going to give me bonuses for, is going to get rolled into the next period, which will be in about 6 months. I hope.
Yeah. Also, that's a very cute paw emote. Fucking me yesterday. God. I
mean, I'm not even stressed about money. I just want and I just want it. I want, if I am supposed to be owed a bonus, I want my bonus. Are you talking about with respect to Live a Live?
No, the fact that the clip got me and it broke vessels, and it was the fact that it grabbed the entire chunk of it and then grind it against the entire skin until it was off.
Gotcha.
That fucking hurt.
I imagine. Fine now.
I just don't feel proud that I cried over it. Fuck, really? There was no bleeding. There was no loss of skin. There was just crying. Also, you're cute, Nikki. "15 days of my trip to Heckin Base decided to go under." Also, you, Nikki.
Put in the order for food so that we might actually have a good chance of getting it.
Okie dokie. Yeah. Yeah. Only I could slap some rum in that shit.
And you can, but if you should is a different story.
I probably should not slap rum into the Coke.
You just say you do more day drinking.
I can't do that with medication, sir.
I thought it's that you can't just take it with alcohol.
From my understanding, I can't be having alcohol while taking medication.
This particular medication.
Yes. That's why I haven't really, like... Yeah.
Okay.
For your anxiety meds, you can't really drink either. That's fair. I'll let you drink your soda every once in a while. That's fair. I'll double check, but like, I'm fairly certain that it is not... Fairly certain it is not while I'm taking this medication. And as a result, I think I had like a few sips of a drink one day, but other than that, I haven't drank, which is fine. Like, I don't need a drink, and I've never gotten to a point where I feel like I necessarily need to drink. And anytime I say I need a drink, it's usually that I just feel stressed out. But I can't think of any other way to convey that other than the fact that, like, I say I need a drink. You sure did. You sure did have good timing with Shovel Knight Dig. I'm sad that it's not on console yet, but I will wait. They announced today that Shovel Knight Dig, specifically for Apple devices and Steam, has the free DLC. For consoles, it's a future thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we have it on Switch. That's fine. Let's see. Let's, I guess, save this. Figure out a good. You know, we can leave it on Belly Bolt. Listen, the lad deserves love.
Yeah. I don't disagree, but also,
But also, you were saying.
Oh, I'm just looking at my hand, just like, wow, this is Brick City.
Gotcha. Just checking to see who's online. I figure that with the order place, they're usually pretty quick to get here, so I might as well just get prepared for that. And also, I guess, work on some of these emotes some more. Thank you. I don't exceptionally feel like I made a lot of progress, but there sure are things. You know, we can go say hi to Barry. We haven't gotten to raid Barry in a hot minute. He is finishing up Professor Layton in the Miracle Mask. I imagine trying to get through the rest of the Professor Layton games to get caught up before the new game comes out. I know there's no time frame right now for it, but you know, soon. Thank you all for hanging out. I know this is very improv and there was definitely zero direction to any of this.
And keeping people care.
I care. I care, that's why I'm saying it.
For watch.
A mystery that will elude me. I'll see you all Sunday for something. No idea what. Well, I'll figure it out. Possibly. Maybe. Let's go say hi to Barry. Let him know he's a good bean. And see you all someday, sometime. Bye.